Alright. Hello, hello. I think we're set up. Let me just check. Hello. Okay, looks good. Alright. Good afternoon, everybody. Everybody out there on Twitch and YouTube. This is, I think, the fourth part of this series. I'm kind of losing track. But, let's see, we started this guy. Oh, I should get my reference pulled up. But yeah, we started this guy a while back. It began from nothing but a sketch. Nothing but this little sketch and some ideas for, you know, inspiration from Borderlands and Dune. And yeah, from there, whoa, we sculpted this guy up and baked our maps and started to texture him. Hey, MSim Cook, welcome. Alright, and I got this set up in Marmoset so I can open the mouth easily, so we can just kind of like, just sort of see what he looks like normal, texture, see what it looks like open. Yeah, so yeah, the goal for now will just be texturing. I think it'll probably come together pretty quick, but if we have time, maybe we'll hop into a little bit of rigging. I'm a little rusty on rigging, so doing that on stream should be interesting, but we'll see how it goes. It's nice and rainy here. It seems to always rain whenever I stream. That's kind of weird. Got any questions before we dive in? Something's going on there. Oh, that's nothing to worry about for now. This is just kind of like a test skin. Yeah, here's our maps. So we'll just be kind of hand painting over these. Oh yeah, and you know what I can do? I like to bring my normal map into my main file. Let's hit it. All right. Mean mouth on that son of a bitch. So true. I wonder if I'm allowed to swear. Sorry, bleep that out. Trying to get better about swearing, actually. It's just kind of like, you know, what's the point? And now that I've got, you know, my first kid, it's like, I should probably watch my language. Want to have a mean mouth on the grubs, not on me. So yeah, if you catch me swearing, let me know. Be like, hey, you got kids, man. I'm looking for my normal map. Yeah, you've been thinking that too. Yeah, we'll start an accountability group. I like it. Here we go, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, and then it also just kind of, I don't know, it's just not a good look, you know? Like even if it weren't for just like the role model aspect, it's just like, I don't know, it just doesn't make you seem smart when you're just, you know, swearing like a sailor all the time. So yeah, I've been thinking about that. Alright, let's get going on this. So texture. So multiply is the blend mode for AO, ambient occlusion. Multiply just means all of the black pixels stay and all of the white pixels get left behind, basically, or composited over the others. So that way you get color, but you also get these shadows and everything. So let's see. So I didn't make any material IDs for this because I don't think it's really necessary. Because, you know, it's mostly just skin. But, so I'm just going to hand paint some masks for the body and the mouth. So yeah, we'll just use full opacity brush, full hardness, invert this mask to make it go away, and then just start painting white where I want this mask to be. And I don't care if the edges are kind of sloppy, it's not a big deal, because you won't see it. So there we go. Got our first little bit of color. I'm going to turn down this specular because we don't really use it in McSpacebiff. Right, oh, we should have another for the underbelly. Underbelly. Hey, welcome, Autumn the Night. Still got your internet troubles, but they're being fixed today. Okay, glad to hear it. We're just working on our, on this guy. So can I duplicate this? For some reason the sensitivity in here is kind of crazy. I think it's because of that huge ground plane. There we go. All right. Okay, so. Right, we were also thinking, we'll experiment with this. There might be like a more kind of armored part, like not exactly armored, but just like, you know, thicker looking skin on the top. And the UVs don't quite match up to it, so we'll have to kind of do a little bit of fiddling to get that to work. Let's give it a try. So if I just paint that, we will highlight the UV seam very clearly. That's not quite what we want. Actually, it kind of makes sense to exclude the gills from this. This is where people are going to be like, oh, Substance Painter, or oh, Blender Texture Paint. You know, you can paint right on the mesh in 3D. And yeah, that's cool. No argument. It's cool, but, you know, I don't know. I just like to keep it simple. This isn't, like, that difficult to me to just kind of paint on the texture map in 2D and then check it. That might work. Does that make sense, though, the UVs and how we go from 2D to 3D? It's kind of a brain bender for a little while. Yeah. Play with this mask. Might even try using like a grungy brush to try to add a little texture to the intersection. And I'm not going to keep this I'm not going to keep this gray color. I'll make it something much closer to the body color. I don't like this brush. It's got too much color dynamics. Just want something with a little bit of noise. Yeah, something like that. Which one is this? Yeah, it's a brain bender, but seeing it in real time really helps. Like we learned about how they make globes in elementary school, sort of, right? Yeah, exactly. So globes and maps, like, you know, like a map of the Earth is a projection. It's much like a UV projection, right? Because the Earth is round, and so you don't need to project it on a globe, but you do need to project it on a piece of paper that you're going to wrap around the globe, right? And so all models, all mathematical models of projection for the Earth have different amounts of distortion, right? So like there's all different kinds. There's more than one kind of projection, basically, and they all have different pros and cons. The most popular ones are the ones that introduce the most distortion at the poles, because nobody cares about the poles, right? You know, there's not a whole lot of, you know, it doesn't really matter if your measurements are off at the poles, because you're never going to go there. But if your measurements are off in, you know, South America or, you know, in Europe or something, then, or near the equator, that's a problem, right? You know, that's a bad model. You need accuracy in those regions where you know, where you care about stuff. But yeah, the thing that kind of fascinates me about the globe and spherical projections is it's one of those things where the math that we use to project everything can work whether you have a round Earth or a flat Earth. So like, right, the Earth is round and we can project it flat. But were the Earth flat, we could project it round, and we could still get from point A to point B without ever knowing the difference, which I think is just kind of interesting. We had a cool chat on our last stream. Somebody joined, and he was trying to make a game about non-Euclidean 4D space, and that was a lot of fun to talk about, because that's one of those things that's a real brain bender. It's 4D space. And I won't even try to get into it, really, because I don't understand it that well, but I like thinking about it. And if you know MC Escher, the artist, he had this whole series of paintings that were like different kind of like wallpaper patterns, but rather than being in flat, they were like all projected into arcs. And that's called hyperbolic geometry. So hyperbolic geometry is an alternative system to Euclidean geometry where everything that's a straight line, as we know it, is an arc in hyperbolic geometry, and that fascinates me quite a bit. This little back texture thing might be a mistake. Let's see if an outline can save us. That's right, yeah. So yeah, MSim Cook. I sent a lecture a long time ago about non-Euclidean doom in the Discord, and that stuff was a brain bender. Yeah, I remember that. That was cool. I don't know if that is non-Euclidean in the same sense as what we're talking about here, though, because that was where he changed the source code value of pi to be a different number, right? And so that would be non-Euclidean, but not exactly in the same sense. But I really honestly shouldn't even be talking about it because I don't know much about it. Just a humble 3D artist who sticks my nose where it's got no business being. Higher math dimensions and such. Right, so yeah, we did have a game where we were planning on doing some, so we got Harrison's in the chat, Harrison's the other dev, and he's talking about how we had another game where we were doing some, like, non-Euclidean level transitions, but even that is not exactly non-Euclidean in the same sense that hyperbolic or 4D geometry is non-Euclidean, right? Those things are more like, you know, it's more like tricks and like teleporting, like you turn around and you're somewhere else, like Portal or if you know the game Antichamber. Those are like, you know, kind of brain-bending math games, but they're not really non-Euclidean in the sense that I'm using the word. But again, I'm probably using it wrong because I'm no theoretical mathematician. Oh yeah, Stanley Parable. Yeah, that's another good one. Good example of non-Euclidean geometry is if you were to draw a straight line on a piece of paper, but then twist the paper where the ends meet but are flipped, and being able to draw one continuous line on both sides, essentially connecting both sides of the paper together, if that makes sense. That doesn't make sense. Not yet. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I have the brain power. At least not while multitasking. Tune in, streamer has brain meltdown on stream. We're a non-Euclidean geometry channel now. Yes, very hard to describe. A straight line on a curved surface isn't straight. Yeah, well that's kind of what I was talking about with like the flat Earth stuff. It's like it could be flat, right? Because a straight line on a globe is curved, right? And then a flat Earth is a disc. So it's like in the 3D model, you know, you're moving in a curve like on that plane, right? And then in the disc model, you're moving in a curved line in a disc plane. It's kind of the same thing. I don't know, maybe related. This is going to be very tricky to get looking good. Because we need something, and we don't have much detail. Maybe here could be a good place to start since we've got, like, details. Belly is looking very grubby. Looks like he'd lose his lunch if you punched it. I think he probably would. But yeah, I did a little messing around with the blueprints this morning, and I got it so that there's we can have pickups that enable or disable your ability to do damage when you roll through enemies. So that should be fun. And then I also did one that enables or disables the air dodge, so we can make that an actual, like, gameplay mechanic. That'll be fun being able to design environment stuff around those mechanics. Yeah, for sure. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can come up with for that. Should be interesting. This is just sort of an idea. Trying to think of some way to, you know, make this look like it'll be, like, you know, not like so armored you don't want to try to, like, you don't even try to aim at it, because, you know, that's not the idea, but, you know, some way to show that that's, like, you know, not the place to aim if you're trying to get massive damage. This is all very rough. I'm just trying to see if these are even ideas worth pursuing before, like, trying to really, like, render them well. Yeah, I'm definitely wishing I hadn't done the UVs like this. I think we can probably slog through it, though. It wouldn't be worth going back. File that away as a lesson learned for next time. Well, it's a lesson I've learned before, really. We gotta keep moving. Gotta keep moving. Anybody playing any games lately? I've been playing not much. A little bit of Microsoft Flight Sim. But I just finished watching The Twilight Zone, so that was a big time sink. And so usually after I spend a lot of time watching TV, I stop watching TV and switch to something else. So probably time to maybe pick up a new game, or an old game that I haven't played yet, like Dishonored, perhaps. Still trying to play through BioShock with my wife. I think we'll probably finish BioShock, and maybe then Dishonored. We've been working on BioShock for over a year. I couldn't believe it when I looked at the save game dates. I was like, what? We've been playing this for that long? Not continuously, but like started it a year ago, then, you know, paused for a year. Picked up Weird West and loving it. Plays really well handheld on the Steam Deck. Very nice. That's the company that made Prey and Dishonored, right? That did Weird West? Tell me a little bit about Weird West. I don't really know anything about it. Also, this is gonna look awful for a long time, so I apologize. Afraid this guy has some gingivitis. Always trying in these kind of hand-painted textures, and in realistic textures too, really, to kind of use highlights and shadows to, you know, kind of pop out things that should be 3D. Because at the end of the day, this is still, you know, kind of just painted down onto a, you know, less detailed mesh, so every little bit helps. Alright, let's read some of these comments. Okay, so Weird West, it's a Wolf-Eye game, which is the company the ex-co-founder of Arcane made after he left. Got a lot of Arcane people who exited after Prey. That's good, I loved Prey. Weird West is a twin-stick, Fallout-like immersive sim. That's a lot of words I didn't expect in one sentence. I liken it a lot to Wild West Ultima. Okay, interesting. But multiple character stories you take control of, and has an open world overworld you navigate, descending into towns and areas scattered across it, along with random encounters as you travel. That sounds cool. I love random encounters. That kind of like emergent gameplay is too lacking. Excellent game, very robust RPG elements, lots of tools and powers, and extremely malleable in how you can handle it. I believe you can actually kill anyone in the game no matter how important they are, and it persists. So very open methodologically, but also on a narrative level. And very, very crazy stories. That sounds cool. You know, that's... yeah, stories... I feel like stories have been kind of missing from games, like especially like RPGs. You know, like I tried getting into Fallout 4 because I was just like, I want to play an RPG. You know, like it's just been too long since I've played an RPG, and you know, so I gave it an honest try. You know, I even got some mods and stuff to try to shore it up a little bit, and yeah, it just sucked. Like there's just nothing to do. So yeah, whereas in stark contrast to, the Bethesda games from before, like all the Elder Scrolls games had so many interesting stories to them. So yeah, it's weird. I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know how, it's like they just forgot to hire writers or something. Like not even like that the stories were bad. It just, there weren't any. Like there just weren't any. Like, you'd go into, an environment, and it would be very, well-designed, a very well-designed environment, but, you just wouldn't even find, terminals anywhere. Whereas, in all the other games, you'd find these terminals everywhere, and they'd have these, wacky, fun stories in them. One game that I kind of got into, haven't gotten that far into it yet, but I was pleased with it, was The Outer Worlds. Really felt like, they were trying to kind of pick up that mantle of, single player, open world story driven, exploration. And yeah, Outer Worlds was good. From what I played, I didn't finish it, because I don't finish games, unfortunately, but it was very cool from what I saw. And yeah, so Weird West is kind of obviously very different, right? If it's an M-Sim twin stick shooter, how does that even work? I mean, I guess it'd be a lot to explain, but I'll check that out, because that sounds cool. And yeah, I guess to really get RPG stories, you've got to branch out from 3D games and get into Pillars of Eternity, or Wasteland or something maybe. But I don't know, for me it's just hard for me to get into 2D games. I guess I'm a 3D snob, right? But I don't know, I just love 3D games. I love exploring a 3D world because it feels so real. And yeah, playing Fallout 4 was extremely disappointing because the 3D world was so good, but it was just neglected. There was just nothing to do. I couldn't believe it. I mean, I'm really genuinely still scratching my head as to how that happened. Because I mean, I'd have even been I wouldn't have even minded if it had been bad, but it was just not there. Obsidian grabbed all the great writers for a while there. Yeah. Oh, interesting. So the genre mashup threw a lot of people off. You're referring to it being a twin stick sim. I don't see why that should throw people off. It sounds cool to me. You're selling me on it, to be honest. I think I'll check it out. This might work. I think this might work. I'm trying to maybe give it something kind of like that sandworm texture. I love, man, side note, I love concept art like this. I really respect people that can draw like this. Like, look at this. It's just lines. Like you zoom in and it's just kind of like, you know, like it's so sketchy, but you zoom out and it conveys so much like depth and form and texture. I don't understand how people do this. I don't know if you can tell, but I kind of try to do that in my texture painting. Like, yeah, look at that. But yeah, the concept artists are like masters of that, and I don't know how they do it. I get to cheat because I have ambient occlusion and normal maps, and so I don't have to do that. But you know, these guys, they got nothing. They got nothing but just the blank canvas, and you know, they just convey so much depth with just colors. It's really amazing. So yeah, I think I like this kind of pattern. I think it gives a good indication that this is like, you know, kind of an armored, sort of almost bug-like skin, bug-like, or maybe, you know, like some kind of natural carapace armor. And so yeah, so I think I'm gonna try to sell that with kind of alternating colors to, you know, to give that sense of depth that, you know, that's captured so well in that Dune concept art. but I'm going to try to actually do it in the texture itself. See how it turns out. But I think if it works out, it'll look a lot cooler than if I had actually modeled this kind of like scaly pattern, because it would look too realistic if it was modeled. Yeah, I think that'll be interesting. So I've got different layers that I'm kind of dedicating to different colors, and I'm choosing my colors using this as kind of like a guide. Maybe even sample a color. And I'll probably not leave these as these colors, but sometimes having like sharply contrasting colors side by side can be good, because it also adds depth. I'm intentionally avoiding using black, because, you know, I want black to be for, like, outlines and indents. These are highlights. And I might add some black in there to, like, pop it even more, but we'll see what we can do without it. And I can always go in and change these colors, too. Could you imagine being like a real painter? Like where, you know, you've actually got to mix your colors, and whatever you're putting on the canvas is what you've got? I don't know how people do that. Mad respect for that. So that's not really working. But it might be the colors wrong. So something else I like to do sometimes is to just use the Gaussian blur. Maybe. Oh, Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, so I've seen a little bit about Dwarf Fortress. That game's pretty insane. Isn't it like mostly text? brush has an interesting texture. Gotta use that somewhere. Yeah, there we go. Thinking the subtler the better. Dwarf Fortress is ASCII, so almost worse. Oh man, that's right, yeah. ASCII art is crazy. The way you're painting on this thing is freaking sick. Painting the gums on this thing. Thanks. Yeah, just trying to bring it to life, make it feel like it's gross and, you know, spends his days burrowing underground, waiting to attack hapless cosmonauts. Trying to get some feeling for depth. That might be good. Yeah, I kind of think it's like this stuff should hold up without the outlines, ideally. And then adding the outlines is like, it just kind of turns up the volume, visually speaking. Which you need in a fast-paced shooter, because everything moves so quick. The brain kind of knows to associate like dark colors with things being further away or like more in shadow, and then light colors are things popping out. So yeah, doesn't that look more 3D? And you know, maybe I want to tone it back, I don't know. But I'm kind of thinking I don't want to tone it back, I'll just go full all out. Because, you know, this thing is going to be, you know, jumping at you. Right? And this mouth will be opening while it does it, so you're only going to have a few frames to be like, whoa, that's the inside of a mouth, and I don't want to let that hit me. It's getting somewhere. Now the one thing I'm thinking is, what if instead of being black outlines, these were like red or something like that? It's kind of cool. Maybe use my blur trick again. Kind of combine them. That might work pretty good. It's got a lot of depth. Yeah, I think that'll do it. Actually, you know what? I think the teeth need extra highlighting. There we go. Yeah, that's what I'm after. Yeah, gnarly. For real. Say we're staying pretty faithful to these concepts. Maybe we've departed a bit from the skag. That's alright, though their gameplay will be very skag-like, so it's good not to borrow too much in one area. For those of you just joining in, we're working on this creature for our game, Captain McSpacebiff. It's based on this guy, sketch that Harrison did. Harrison's the other dev working with me on this. And yeah, this is our little grub creature. They burrow underground and they grow into giant dune-inspired sandworms. Yeah, just kind of trying to come up with some good textures for this guy, make him fit in with the world. Game has a kind of hand-painted style. Kind of hand-painted, but still pretty detailed. Should not have split my UV seams here. 'Twas a mistake. Not really sure how I didn't think of that. I was probably just in a hurry. It may not seem like it, but this is a lot of fun, at least to me. I really like texturing. It's kind of like the point where, you know, everything kind of comes together. This little Wacom touch ring thing is acting up again. I need to get like a new tablet, I guess. Just cannot figure out why I can't disable that setting. Never gave me any trouble till I started streaming. Go figure, I guess. Part of me kind of really wants to push this, like, stripe pattern, because it makes it look so much more like a, like some kind of, you know, beetle. That's definitely not exactly the, like, vibe that I had in mind, but yeah, I don't know. Makes it feel more like a grub. It's interesting. It's kind of interesting. Sure about it, though. That might work. Might be worth seeing what it looks like in game. I think I'll pop over to Unreal real quick just to see what we've got. Unreal's loading on the other monitor. Alright, so I'm just setting up my quick little import. Funny. So I'm telling it to use a base material for its import, and it did, and so it uses the default textures, which are McSpacebiff's textures. It's pretty funny. See what he looks like with the Biff armor. Not quite what we're going for. Oh yeah, let's see, I think I can make him... no, I don't have the animation. That's too bad. I'll just use 2 meshes for the 2 different poses. Oh, that's just the mouth. Okay. What? Doesn't look open. This isn't gonna be simple, is it? Let's try this. Yeah. It's not opening, it's not importing the animation for some reason. Should have one, because we've got a skeleton. Let's see, can I just manually... Yeah, I can just manually open it. Well, first things first, let's get our proper textures in here. Saving out copy of the normal map. I can bring that in. Alright, now. Oops. That happened. There. Okay. So now set that. And set that. Ah. It's got kind of a weird pivot. Oh wait, oh, that's because I've got global. Okay. Something weird is going on with the lighting. Oh, that's odd. What could that be from? Something, it looks like it has something to do with the normal map. Oh, you know what? It might be because Unreal has this weird thing where it expects the blue channel to be reversed. Let me try that. Yeah. It's not it. I don't know. I don't know why it's looking weird like that, guys. For now, I think I'll just turn off the normal map. We shouldn't need it anyway. But yeah, so here's the quick open pose. Can I save that somehow? Create asset. Create animation. There we go. Boom. Okay, we can test that. Ooh, that was loud. I don't think you guys can hear my desktop noises, though. Alright. Could probably roll with that. That's not too bad. Let's see. I think that's decent. What do y'all think? I can just picture them chasing after me. This guy down on the ground. There's our backpack from the previous stream. We're building up a little library here. Thinking maybe they should be a little bit darker. They must be biffed. Pop. They don't have any collision yet. Well, actually, yeah, they do. Ah, it'll be fun to rig these guys. That'll be great. Right, well, let's see. I'm thinking, seeing them in engine now, they're a little bit bright. I might try and darken up their texture just a bit. Yeah, this could maybe use a little something. Not quite sure. Harrison would probably have some good ideas. But for now, I think this is pretty solid. Let's see here. I think I'll just add like a little grunge paint of like dark gray over it all. And then just kind of fade it. Reset. No. That brings out the seams too much. Maybe an adjustment layer. Yeah, my Photoshop's been being weird. I don't know where my adjustment layer panel is. Oh well. Maybe it's just good enough. Maybe just some little, like, spots. Alright, so one last thing. This is always a good habit. Let's see. This is the time when I should have had a material ID or a UV stamp. I can use a UV stamp. So basically what I want is I want a mask for my UV borders. So UV snapshot. So what that did is that just saved a little image of my UVs. Yeah, perfect right here. So I can bring that in, and you can't tell, but these are my UVs. So if you watch, I can see now I've got this little image of my UVs. The reason I want that is so I can just sample a outside pixel with contiguous turned on and get a outline, like a total outline of everything. And I'm gonna use that to group everything and mask. There we go. So now I've got transparent pixels on the edge. And now I'm going to merge all that and apply that. So I just did that on a copy. So I still have all my layers. So I can go back in and make further edits. But what we need this for is so I can run my... Oh, you know what I should have done? Hang on. There's a better way to do this. So just grouped my outlines. Outlines. Let me delete that. And turn off the outlines for the sake of creating this. Okay. Apply. So now I've got this, and the reason I want it is so I can run a solidify filter. Where is that filter? It's been a little bit. I wonder if I don't have it installed. Darn, I might not have that filter in here. Basically what it does is it just takes the edge pixels and pads them out, expands them, similar to what Marmoset would do. Why don't my filters show up? Hang on, let me see if I've got like the wrong Photoshop open or something. Darn, I don't know where it went. Maybe I've got, maybe this has one. Oh well. I can't find it. Basically, it just does what it just expands these pixels. I won't subject you to watching me download and install a Photoshop filter on stream, but yeah. Yeah, there you go. That's the effect that has. But basically, it would kind of just hide these seams a little bit better. Hey, what's up, Harrison? Thanks, glad you're liking it. I've got them in here to just kind of test. I think they're feeling pretty good. feeling about like the right size and everything. And yeah, should be fun fighting them. Yeah, let me show you guys something while I got you here. It's rough, but check this out. So these are power-ups. This one, I believe, is air dodge. Yep, so before I picked that up, I couldn't do that. And this one is roll kill. So you see when I dodge through them, I can just kill them by dodging through them. So that's pretty fun. I didn't even mean to kill that guy. Oh no! They're pretty good shots. So yeah. Yeah, that'll be fun for sure. Yeah. I think that's it. For at least for a first pass on texturing. They could probably use something extra. I don't know, what do you think? Any ideas? While I wait, I'm gonna see if I can find that plugin. Oh no, is this website down? It's not good. Okay, here it is. Yeah, it's a texture we could always iterate on later, but what would we iterate? Pictured them being slightly browner. Yeah, I was talking about that. It kind of like... they kind of blow up in the lighting. Let's see here. Where'd my files go? Oh yeah, and let's see, there we go, I've got my filter finally. Solidify. There, that's what it does. But we don't want to do that till we're actually done texturing. So let's see, so slightly darker. Well, thanks, glad you like it. MSim Cook. Let's see, we can just experiment with darkening it down a bit. I'm also looking forward to seeing them running around. That'll be crazy. Is that more what you were thinking, Harrison? Yeah, seeing these guys run is going to be really fun. Does add more contrast to the mouth by having them be a little darker. What if I darkened the mouth too, though? I don't know. Let's have a look in here. Oh, that's too dark. You think that seems more correctable, but what about now that it's actually in the engine? Let's see, well, maybe this will help. That might help. Maybe if I just bump it back a tiny bit. Slightly less. Let's see, that's 28%. Let's try 45%. Yeah, maybe a little desaturated. Definitely not too much, though. Similar to the rocks, but still distinguishable. Okay, yeah, they look kind of similar to the rock there. The bit on their back darker contrast-wise. Do you mean make it darker, like, relative to the rest of the coloring? Or do you mean... Not quite sure what you mean. Yeah, we could have a variety of them, and I'm thinking we are actually going to have like you know, acid, like spitter versions. Yeah. Let's see. Just playing around now. This will probably not work, but you gotta love Photoshop sometimes. Ah. There you go, we've got acid grubs. More like yellow. I don't know, green is fun too. Yeah, it looks pretty acidy. I can picture them spitting some acid at you. They've been eating goop, that's right. They're radioactive. That was easy. Yep, we're done. We're done. We've got the acid variant. Now I've just got to make a little acid splash visual effect, and you can make an animation of them spitting. And we're done. We can have fire versions too. Boom, now it's the lava version. I'm just being silly now. I was being silly with this too, actually. We're probably not gonna make it that easy to make the acid version. We should have a unique, you know, put a little more effort into it. Maybe I'll go ahead and put a little more effort into it now. Why not? It's only been 2.5 hours. I've got some time to play around. I wish I could export this mask, because I could use it. Picturing different base colors based on environment. I could imagine a more blue-gray variant for the red areas with the blue stone. Yeah. Let's go play with stuff. Right, good catch. Good catch. Almost said a bad word. Nice. Yeah, Harrison, at the beginning of the stream, me and Connor were just saying how it's like a bad habit to swear all the time. You know, and now that we've got, you know, now that we're becoming dads, it's like, we should watch our language. So I'm gonna try to do that. It's also just sort of like, I don't know, it's just like low class. Oh boy. I have messed with the Jenga tower of layers, and now all my blends look wrong. I think I have to clean up this Photoshop doc. Gee dang it, this not swearing stuff is freaking difficult. You are correct. But it'll be worth it. Alright, so here's the challenge. Before we can get into the fun variation making, I gotta take these slight alterations and push them down into the layer stack properly. Okay, one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to merge my AO because that's less confusing. Oh, I need to turn my outlines back on. Those were off. Hang on, where'd my outlines go? Oh, gotta disable all these. Okay, yeah. Yeah, alright. Merging those outlines is a good idea. Okay, so we've got our outlines, got our AO, got our texture. Okay, these are little overall spots. I don't need that. Let's see, group this. Call that overall, because it's like, just kind of like a layer of grime over everything. These are the claws, that's correct. Okay, looks like I got rid of these. Here's our armor. So we gotta figure out how to tint everything back to match that. What is this? To begin with, we can delete all the invisible groups. Sorry, this is probably not super entertaining to watch. But hang in here with me and we'll get to the fun stuff. Hopefully. Maybe I should just merge this. Yeah, why not? Okay, where are those? Oops, painted those into the outlines. They shouldn't be part of the outlines. Alright, now I've got my little ridges on their own thing. What's this? I guess that's nothing. Okay. So let's see here. Let's take this, make a new dock, just for reference. Just moving that over to my other monitor so I can see it. And I'm just trying to match the base layers with that in terms of brightness and contrast. And a little bit of desaturation. Same thing here. There we go, make that pop a bit. Yeah, barely changed. Right, and then I believe we want to darken the mouth a little bit. I can do that by just darkening this. Perfect. And same for the underbelly. This one I'll just merge. Cool. Alrighty. Yeah, had to do that. We can do this again. Solidify. Oh yeah, I need to do that with the outlines disabled, though. You know what, I can delete these now. There we go, that's looking better. There, that's our background. Turn our outlines back on. Put that behind that, and now we've got our dilated map. Okay. Cool, now we can start making variations. So, should we do a ice version and an acid version? How's that sound? Ice scrub. I still remember we had all these elaborate plans for a first level of the original McSpacebiff where you'd be like going through ice caves. Do you remember those? I remember. Yeah, Harrison says, yeah, you'd crash through the moon mantle and find yourself in an ice cave, and there'd be all these grubs frozen in ice blocks. That's right, yeah, and you'd be able to, like punch them and, like, break the ice and wake them up. Yeah, that would have been cool. That would have been real cool. Maybe some of these guys are like, maybe some of these ice grubs are in, like, test tubes in the Soviet gene testing lab. So you can see them at least. Yeah, they're like curled up with bubbles floating. Yeah, perfect. Let's see, hopefully I can make this look kind of frosty. Maybe try that same trick I used earlier. Yeah, inside the mouth should be pink. Yeah. Yep, just had to mask it. Maybe a slightly different shade, though. Like, maybe even brighter. Because, like, that's kind of what happens when you get cold, right? Is that a thing? I don't know. Less saturated or more saturated? Ah, that. I think that. Bright, yeah. A little, well, okay, so actually this is more color, but then kind of hue shifted back. And I think that looks pretty good. I think that looks pretty cool. Yeah, that looks very icy. I don't know why. Yeah, I'm digging that. These poor little guys are freezing. Yeah, the claws shouldn't be getting this weird tint. But maybe they'll be white instead of, like, brown. Maybe I should tone this down a little. I could probably make the base more whitish. Do you mean like the base of the skin? Like the whole overall base color, the whole texture? Right, or like snow, yeah. Yeah, that could be good. Oh, that's interesting. going on here? This is kind of underscoring the problems with my textures. Oh, I think I get it. Ah, that's a little better. Oh, I see. And then in here, I need to... That's it. It's so easy to get lost with all these layers. There, that's a little better. Okay, now we can think about bringing that back in. For you guys just joining, we're working on a creature for our game, Captain McSpacebiff. It is based on this sketch that Harrison did, who is hanging out in the chat on Twitch. He's the other dev working on the game with me. But yeah, the idea is it'll be gameplay-wise, it'll be a lot like a Skag from Borderlands, and aesthetically it's like a sandworm from Dune. Now, we've got the base texture made, and now we're kind of playing around with making some variations on it. So this is a ice variation for use in frozen environments, or maybe in a laboratory. Something like that. Might be too bright, going white like this. I think he probably needs to be a little darker, because if he's too bright, it'll just get kind of washed out. Maybe like a base blue, like the base will be like a blue color, and then we can add some white highlights on top of that to kind of articulate the frost effect. Like what I'm doing here with those ridges. Maybe it should even be darker. I was kind of liking the way it was before we started trying to make it frosty. Yeah, I'm thinking something like this, and then I'll go around and add white highlights. Blue could be more blue than cyan. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking that's a little better. Thinking make the blue brighter and then you got ice. I'm thinking it might be better to just kind of hand paint some like white details with some kind of interesting brush, maybe. Gotta find the right brush. I should do this in this layer. It's pretty icy. Let's see what it looks like in Unreal. That's pretty cool. Let's see, and I think we could maybe turn this up a little more by blending that, and then really hand painting a little bit of frost. Yeah, that's kind of cool looking. Hey, what's up, Troop Zor? Artman Live. That's right. We are working on the grub. We finished a basic texture for him. Finished this here. So this is like the desert normal version. And now we're playing around, having a little fun, making some variations. This is the ice version, so you'll find them in icy environments, and maybe frozen in some Soviet labs deep underground. What is orc squig? Troop Zor says, we have orc squig at home. Did I inadvertently copy something called orc squig? Warhammer reference, don't worry about it. You know, I wish I knew about Warhammer. It seems pretty cool. Is it cool? It seems cool. Whenever I come across some random Warhammer thing, I'm always like, that's pretty cool. It's never too late to start. Join us. Oh man, you mean like tabletop? Like legit Warhammer? That sounds like a commitment. I'm thinking this guy's looking pretty frosty. Yeah, I'd say that's a frosty boy. Someone get this boy a cup of hot tea. He is frosty. Alright, I think that's decent for variant. Maybe move on to the acid version. What do y'all think? Let's get a little collage going. Got ice. I think I over-detailed the ice grub. The normal grub was looking a little bland by comparison. He needs more like speckles and stuff. Something like that. But for now, I think why not go ahead and do the spitter grub. Yeah, the idea was for the speckle to be kind of like frost. Like he's got like frost kind of clinging to him, because, you know, he lives in the snowy Arctic. Yeah, maybe it wouldn't fit. Maybe it wouldn't fit for him. Like for the normal one. I don't know, maybe he just needs more grunge or something like that. Just feels like he's missing something compared to that one. Although I guess it's cool to have there be like more significant differences between them than only color. For this guy, thinking maybe the base will be kind of like kind of almost gray to make the like acid part kind of stand out more. Oh yeah, we could have a shadow grub. The grub counterpart to Shadow the Hedgehog. Could be super intense and have lots of one-liners. Well, this thing is making me think of some kind of plant, like a Venus flytrap or something. Be kind of cool, kind of add to a jungle-themed level. I wonder if these guys should have an emissive channel. What do y'all think? Like, should they actually glow? It kind of looks like it's glowing now just because it's bright, but what do you think? Like, should it actually light up? Yeah, alright. Alright, sold. Sold. We'll do emissive. Let's see, what's the easiest way to do this? All I'm saying is that it should also have green glowing crystals coming out of it. You say you're a Command and Conquer fanboy. Is green glowing crystals a Command and Conquer thing? Alright, here we go. What's nice about this, too, is now we can kind of play with the colors. Can have it be part of the shader rather than part of the texture. It's the Command and Conquer thing. I thought Command and Conquer was like a modern military themed game. Is it sci-fi? I literally thought it was like Civilization, but real time. Obviously know nothing about video games. Okay, so it's like near future, but it has these crystals you collect to buy things like Vespine gas or whatever in StarCraft. I played a bit of StarCraft, so I know that one. Oh, you know what'll be cool about this? We can animate the shader. We can have it kind of pulse. Like that. Yeah, that'd be pretty sweet. Yeah, wow, yeah, it has been a long time since we've had a new StarCraft. What was it, 2012 that it came out? I remember I bought it on CD. Like, I actually, like, went to the store and bought it. I'm having a lot of fun with this right now. I hope you all are too, because this is a blast. I love texturing. Oh man, if these guys attack at night... Whoa. That'd be crazy. How do I change my bloom? Not that it matters. Just kind of want to see some bloom on this. Eh. I guess I'll just save that for Unreal. We need like a special death animation for these guys where they just like explode. This is giving me Half-Life 1 vibes now. There was also glowing green stuff in Half-Life 1, if I remember right, or at least in Black Mesa, the Black Mesa mod that I played. There we go, yeah. I think that'll do for an acid grub. I think that'll work. Even without an emissive texture. Still looks pretty acidy. Well, welcome back, MSim Cook. Haven't missed a whole lot. I've just been kind of, you know, just sort of painting and texturing, you know, like always. But yeah, we've been working on these acid grubs. And so yeah, so I went ahead and made an emissive texture. And so yeah, so they actually can glow, which is fun. But even without it, you know, they still look pretty cool. So yeah, we just kind of, now we've got our 3 different grubs see, let's put them side by side. Yeah, so we've got normal, we've got ice, and we've got acid. I think that's pretty fun. Let's see, I might want to... Trying to think. Yeah, I think I like the mouth glowing like this with the emission, but I think in the base texture I'd kind of rather not have it. So I'm gonna paint it out. Yeah, and then maybe I'll just turn that down a notch. There we go. I'd say that's pretty neat. Cool. Alright, why don't we take these into Unreal? So, save this as... Scrub acid. You know what, let's pack the emissive in our alpha. Oops, already had that open. Want to do that? Yeah, let's try that. Alpha. Okay, so that's grub acid. Got that. Now let's go back to our main grub file. So then this one, oh yeah, and we need to do our little masking trick. So filter, solidify. I always forget to disable the outlines because I don't want those in there, right? I just want a clean outline. I mean a clean solidify. So there we go. Then we can put that underneath there and turn our outlines back on. There. Now I can overwrite grub acid, replace, yes. Alright, go back to the main one. So that's the spitter, turn him off. Ice grub. So this time I can remember to turn off the outlines first. Solidify. Put that down there. Save as. Grub ice. Okay. And we've already got our ordinary one, I think. We can just make this be the ordinary one. There, so that's normal. Okay. Alright, back to here. So we can re-import this guy, get it back to normal. Now I can import my acid and ice textures. Let's make sure we have our alpha. I don't have my alpha. You know what? Too much hassle. Let's just make the emissive a separate thing. Yeah, we'll do it that way. It's just one black and white texture. It's not a huge deal. So most important thing now though is we've got to update our base character texture to allow for an emissive. But I don't want to interfere with every character texture, and I don't want every character to have an emissive, so I'm going to use a switch param Use emissive. A lot of comments, I'll catch up on those in a minute. Okay, so put that in there. Emissive, default it to off. And we'll get a constant of black. So if use emissive is false, we will use black. And if use emissive is true, we will use our emissive texture. So, little shortcut, you can just highlight your texture in the content browser and then hold T and click and it'll make a sampler with that reference. Convert that to a parameter, emissive. That should be all we need. So compile that. All right, and now go back here. Okay, now we can start doing this. So make an instance. Make this the acid one. Grab that. Overwrite our albedo. And enable use emissive and turn it on. And then we get our emissive texture. All right. Let's go back here. And let's put it on this guy. Boom. All right, so there's a little more work to do with that. But for now, let's get the ice set up. Create instance, ice. Grab our ice texture, overwrite that. And then we can apply that there. All right, there we go. So now we got all these different little dudes. Okay, now let's fine tune this. So this is white. I don't want it to be white. I want it to have a color. And choose a default variable like that kind of green. Make it a parameter. Emissive color. Okay, now this is the trick. We want to multiply by that color. I also want a scalar called intensity. We'll default that to 1. We'll multiply that by 1. So this is going to scale the brightness of the color. And so these two parameters will only show up in our material instances if this static switch parameter is true. Back here, see now he's glowing green. Acid. And so this is what's nice about this. If we wanted, like the ice one to glow, you know, we could change it to blue. But I'm gonna stick with green. And I can also override the intensity to make it brighter. And if I had bloom set up, oh, I do have bloom set up. So yeah, you can see we can make him go crazy bright. We save all that. Whoop. Alright, so there we go. We've got our acid grub, our ordinary grub, and our ice grub. Cool. Okay, let me catch up on some of these comments. Oh, a pitch black cave and you're fighting them in the cave? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. And then we'll have some like glowy like blood effects. So when you're blast them, it'll just be like, it'll be like a rave or something. That'll be fun. Uh-oh, we've got an idea that's too much. Vishwanath Kadam from India. Hello, welcome to the stream. Okay, remembering what we talked about, the little pups, how they run at you and burst on impact, but the player could get the idea to pick them up and actually throw them as a makeshift grenade. Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Glabs. Let's see. So I'm thinking you could now have all of those elemental pups, acid, ice, fire, and they could be different types of living pup grenades. Yeah. Yeah, that could be an entire meta, couldn't it? Uh-huh. Glow grub. Is this what the Soviets make their glow sticks with? Yeah. Yeah, I like it. I like it. In world lore. Avatar the grub bender. Yeah, nice. Alright. Any questions about that material setup? That was pretty fast and loose, but I mean it's nothing too complicated. Turn this back down. I don't really want him to be that glowy. But yeah, I guess for the sake of argument, I'll go ahead and show how we could do that on the ice grub. See, all we have to do is just turn on use emissive, and then you see how it adds this. And then I get the same intensity setting, so... Oh, and of course it defaults the color to be that green, which isn't what I want. I'd want it to be blue. Intensity, so yeah, we could have the ice ones glow too. And maybe, I don't know, maybe we should. What do y'all think? Should the ice grubs also glow? Should all the grubs glow? Now that we have it. Can you give me the same tips to texturing in Photoshop? Yeah, so let's see, I've got quite a few. This is, I think, the second texturing stream I've done. But yeah, basically, we do all this. Sometimes I'll use Substance Painter, but for this kind of stuff, I'll just use Photoshop a lot. And I mean, it's pretty simple. Basically, I got most of my Photoshop techniques from watching like concept art YouTube channels, but my main tips would just be to use alternating colors, so like darks and lights, and kind of put them next to each other to try to build contrast and form. That's the main tip. Yeah, I'd say that's the main one for sure. And then for effects, like getting the glow stuff, I love this effect in Photoshop. This is like a basic one. I don't even remember where I saw this, but if you just make a fill layer of any color, you can open up the layer style and change the properties on the underlying layer. You hold Alt to separate these little arrows. I don't know if you can see that depending on the stream resolution. But so basically this way you can kind of create these sort of like grungy, sort of glow blending effects. And then you can take like a copy of that, desaturate it, and then like start playing with the levels to get an alpha mask, which is pretty much what I did. Sample black point, sample white point, that kind of stuff. Maybe threshold adjustments. Threshold if you need it to be like only black and white. Yeah, and then just the I do these like cartoony ink outlines just by hand with a just simple hard round brush, you know, just default full opacity, no pressure, just radius pressure. You know, just start, you know, set it to be black and then just start drawing. I don't know how the normal one would glow, but I love glowing enemies. Problem is it gives a sense of radioactivity. Yeah. I was joking about making the normal ones glow. The ice one I'm 50-50 on. The ice one glowing may not make sense. Yeah, agree. Faint glow on the ice one could be fine. Yeah, maybe if it's faint. Like it's just the frost reflecting the light. Good point. Also, the glowing is okay since they are technically bugs. And bugs do be glowing sometimes. So true. So true. Oh, you're welcome, Vishwanath. I really hope I pronounced your name right. Sorry if I didn't. Yeah, happy to help. Yeah, bugs do be glowing. I don't know, guys. Is that it? Are we done? Is this guy ready to rig? Maybe you could lower the roughness in the ice. Give it that shimmer and shine. So we're not using any roughness. I've got that's one of those things that I've got behind a switch parameter. So most of the characters like that have like metal armor or like who I textured in Substance Painter, I use, like the packed ambient occlusion, roughness, metallic. But for these guys, I'm just not using anything. The way I have this set up is, I have like a global roughness, but I just have it set to 1. Right, so what if I turned that down, like you said? Is that even doing anything? That doesn't look like it's having any effect. Oh, there we go. Yeah, now he's icy. That's an icy boy. Is that actually cool? I think that might be cool. Oh, you know what? Let me see if I can fix my normal map. Is this working now? My normal map was being weird. Yeah, something is wrong with my normal map. I'm not quite sure what. That might be something I have to kind of troubleshoot off stream. Yeah, that looks like crap. Why normal map? Oh, wait. Oh, I know why. sRGB. False. That's it. Fixed. Yay. So yeah, normal maps. If you just drag them in and import them, it'll tick this sRGB. And you don't want that for a normal map. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the problem. And so yeah, now this guy looks right. And yeah, do we wanna do this? Do we wanna have him actually be a little metallic and shimmery? It's kind of fun. I don't know, this is the easy part, right? We can play with this stuff all day. Hey, I'm looking forward to fighting these guys. I think that'll be fun. I want to see my characters in ray-traced reflection in the maw of the grub as I get mauled to death. So true. Good scratch to finish texture session. Thank you. Yeah, this was fun. This was a lot of fun. It was a little iffy at first, getting the grub to feel right, but I think it worked out. Time to rig. Rig time. Where are you from, sir? I am from Florida, in the United States. I want to see my characters. Ray Trace, I read that one already. Looks sick. I think you should go that direction with the ice. Great range of texture. Yeah, that's true. It's like totally different. Like this guy's glowy, this guy's normal, and then this guy's like slippery looking. Yeah. Yeah, maybe we'll leave it like this. We should do something to randomly generate the dots on the standard grub. Oh. Or we could just erase them. Yeah, we could do that. Like have it on a separate layer and do some UV offsets or something. The speckle. Yeah, the speckle. I might just delete that. Yeah, especially since we're gonna have like swarms of these guys chasing you around. Could just make them smaller. That might help if they were just a little smaller. Yeah, I think it works for him because it's the speckle on the ice one is good, Harrison says. I think that it's fine for him because it's so much like more of a pattern and less noticeable. Alright, well I guess yeah, I guess it's on to rigging and then it'll be all up to Harrison to bring these guys to life. I've got to brush up on my rigging, it's been a long time. Yeah, no dots on the default grub. Fine. There. Hope everyone's happy now. No dots. Alrighty. Well, I think I'm gonna call it there, guys. Oh, Visuanath backpack series was awesome. Thanks, I'm glad you watched it. Glad someone out there is watching these. I'm excited to see these guys move. Heck yeah, me too, Troopzor. I'm excited to shoot some of these guys as they jump. That'll be so fun. Grub waddles. And be adorable. Yeah, the goal, kind of like the design goal for everything in McSpacebiff, is that it be simultaneously adorable and terrifying. That's kind of what I want. I want everything to be like kind of menacing and also kind of adorable. Like at once. Grub plushie, oh my gosh. Yeah, that would be a good plush. Everything should feel like it can be a kid's toy. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, we gotta find someone that knows how to make like stuffed animals. Start building some merch. Yeah, everything should feel like it could be a kid's toy, but simultaneously wreck you. Yes. Yeah. Alright, guys. Well, okay, so next up, what do you think? So I think there's one more character that we really need for our, like, first demo, and that's the boss. So there'll be a... The idea is there's a Soviet tripod boss, right? So next stream, should we move into rigging? Rig this guy? Just keep going with the grub? Or should we take a break from the grub and start on art for the tripod? What do y'all think? Tripod, baby! One vote for rig this guy. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm leaning toward as well. Just get this guy all the way through the pipeline as fast as possible. Yeah, that way I can hand him off to Harrison and then build the tripod. And once that's done, I think we'll be done with characters, pretty much. Yeah, then it'll just all be like filling out the environment. And decisions. Bishwath Kadam, love to watch. Cool, thanks man. Glad to have you here. Yeah, let me know if you've got any questions or comments or whatever. I love hearing them. This is fun. I like doing this game dev streaming. It's interesting getting people's feedback and stuff. Yeah, get this dude done so we can rig, animate, and then see these bad boys in the terrarium so it can feed into level design. So true. Yeah, I agree. Harrison's saying we need to simulcast the chat so you guys can communicate with each other. Yeah, I agree. That shouldn't be too tough. In the meantime, I've been trying to just sort of read it all aloud. But the easiest way for you to all chat with each other is to just join our Discord. It's linked on both Twitch and YouTube, so hop in there. We love to have everybody, and yeah. One of these days we need to organize some kind of like server-wide like Helldivers game or something. That'd be fun. Alright, my friends. Well, I think that's it for me. Geez, yeah, it's 4 o'clock. I've been doing this for 4 hours, so I gotta get going. I got other things to do. But thank you for hanging out, as always. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks, guys. Yeah, thank you, too. Alright. Yeah, and that's right, everybody. Harrison will be streaming tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, EST. He'll be doing some level design. He's working on, an environment that, we're going to be fighting these guys in. So be sure to tune in there. And I'm usually hanging out in the chat there to field questions and whatnot, so... Yeah, guys, alright. Very good times. Alright, I'll see y'all around.